Welcome everybody to our meeting tonight. And at this time, I'd like to call on Mr. Wilkinson to have a prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us pray. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, tonight we come to you with grateful hearts and immeasurable appreciation. Mecklenburg County has been blessed immensely, and for that we are very thankful. Lord, we also realize that though you provide more than enough to your children, we still need to govern ourselves. Please give us wisdom and guidance to govern this county in ways that will be pleasing to the citizens, but more importantly, in line with your will. It's in Christ's name I ask. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first thing I'd like to do tonight, I'd like to recognize Mr. Alex Gottschall at his first meeting as county administrator. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
So moved.
Motion been made. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I have one. If we could add in B, add new number 3 with the title of Ordinance Preview.
Where is that at?
Planning and zoning, it would be at the top of the second page of the agenda. So it would be a new number 3.
Oh, number 3. Okay. And what is?
Ordinance Preview.
Okay. I entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Motion been made. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Hendrick?
We have an application by Jamie and Crystal Legan for a special exception permit to construct an equipment and material storage yard. This property is identified as county tax number 145000-A-013C. The zone business B1 is located on the north side of Highway 58, approximately 1 mile west of its intersection with Highway 49. Election District 9, County of Mecklenburg, reference D book WF-12-20.
Okay. Anyone here representing the application would like to speak?
Good evening. This property has been zoned commercial since 1997 and has been used as an agricultural laydown yard since 2010. We are currently asking for it to be used as a commercial laydown yard. When we went before the zoning, they did ask us that we would be required for screening, which I have that email from the company that should be in place this week. And also some additional erosion and sediment controls we've already taken upon ourselves to take care of.
Okay. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Anyone would like to speak on the public hearing on this application? Hearing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the board? District 9.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion we approve the application based on the Planning Commission's recommendations.
Motion been made. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries.
We have an application from Joseph and Carolyn Alexander for a special exception to construct 2 recreational vehicle sites. This property identified as county tax number 115000-A-0, correction 101A, is on agriculture located on the east side of Highway 1, approximately 600 feet north of its intersection with Betts Park Boulevard. Election District 1, County of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-1-4343.
Anyone wishing to speak on behalf of the application? Hearing no one, I will now open the public hearing. Anyone wanting to speak on this application in a public hearing?
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Wilson. I live over in Palmer Springs area. I've been through the process of getting some campers permitted, and I happened to stop to use my cell phone side of the road on October 30th. And I looked, when I finished, these two campers were sitting there, and they had electric cords pulled out of the breaker box, extension cords. Yes, pictures, y'all can look at the pictures I took. I don't think all that passed code. After looking at everything, the pictures, I mean, looking at the scene on the backside of the campers, you could see where the sewer lines were going down the hill. I didn't know whether they were hooked to a septic system or not. I mean, I could not see that far. But you can see in the pictures where the lines were there, and on the other camper, you can see where the lines will be going to be hooked up. I don't know how long these campers have been there, but once I notified the building inspector of it, he said he would look into it. And I don't know what happened then, who got involved checking all the electric sewer lines, but I know up to last week, people were living in those campers since October. And I just don't think it's fair as to what I went through, as to this man can put up two campers, who electric lines across the ground, and say, this is what I want to do. Also, the public hearing that we had 2 weeks ago for the planning commission, and also the meeting for this meeting, it was not published in the paper. It was published on the agenda, but no, not in the newspaper as it should have been. And that's all I have to say. I mean, I just think it's unfair. And the septic system, I don't know what septic tank system he has, but I mean, you just don't happen to have an extra septic system laying around to hook campers up to. So the septic was put in for a certain house, a certain size. And then when you start adding on campers to it, you could be overloading the system. But I'm sure they got it checked by somebody, a certified person anyway.
Okay. Robert, you want to give a little background on the planning commission, what they did?
Yes, sir. It was advertised in the News Progress, and if the special exception permit is approved, he's going to have to bring everything up to code. The health department has been out there and looked at the septic system, and they have approved for only 2 RV hookups and no more.
Okay. Does that make everything whole as far as the county goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, if it doesn't get approved, then he's going to have to disconnect everything.
Okay.
So they would have to be in compliance for anybody from this point forward to
Yes, sir.
stay in it till they get in compliance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. District 1, what are the wishes of the board?
Yes, sir. I'd like to request a motion to approve the special exception permit with the planning board recommendation.
Okay. Motion's been made. Any discussion?
The service as far as the electricity and stuff like that, is the service is big enough to handle those campers?
That would be determined once he files for his permit through the building inspector's office.
Okay.
Let me back up just a second. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during the public comment? Hearing none, I'll close the public comment. And we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Is that
The motion carries.
Commission recommendations?
Yes,
That's
sir.
what he said.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I didn't guess that.
Yeah, yeah.
We learned.
If they, but I'm praying that if they do not fall in compliance, that you will let us know of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
You have an application by Daryl Garnett, Milestone Towers, for a special exception permit to construct a 195-foot communication tower. This property identified as county tax number 132000-A-021 is on agriculture located on the east side of Route 707 Phyllis Road, approximately 1.2 miles north of its intersection with Route 615 Red Lawn Road, election district 7, county of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-10-147.
Anyone here wishing to speak on behalf of the application?
Yes, sir. Jonathan Yates, Milestone Towers, and also Dow Garnett's with me tonight. I will be brief because you got a full room, but first and foremost, I want to thank Robert and Chariot for getting me through the process. We very much appreciate it. And really want to thank Dow Garnett. This is another one of the towers that'll be for Verizon Wireless. This will be the monopole style facility. Darrell offered his property, which was just incredible for us to work with, 37 acres. He owns the 5 acres next door. So we were able to achieve really some very good setbacks from surrounding properties. And it was exactly where Verizon needed to be. The facility will be designed for Verizon Wireless and 3 additional broadband carriers. There'll be space on the tower and space in the compound on the ground. If this board sees fit to let us do this, it's about a 60 to 90 day build out process, fairly quick. After that, very little traffic coming down Phyllis Road. The facility has been approved by the FAA. We're about 10.16 nautical miles from Marks Municipal Airport down in Clarksville. So the FAA approved it with a termination of no hazard navigation and no lighting. So if we're able to do this, there'll be no noise, no odor, no fumes, no vibration, no light. It'll just help bring wireless infrastructure to that part of the county. We thank you all, and I'm here for any and all questions the board may have.
Thank you. Mr. Garnett, would you like to speak to? No? Okay. At this time, we'll open the public hearing on this application. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. District 7, that's my district.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. We approve this application on the recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Motion been made. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries.
You have an application by Timothy Thomas to rezone from agriculture to residential R1A. This property identified as county tax number 10000-A-041A is zoned agriculture and located on the east side of 759 Browntown Road, approximately 1 mile north of its intersection with Highway 58. Election District 5, County of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-10-2708.
Anyone wishing to speak on behalf of the application? Hearing none, I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in the public hearing? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on the wishes of the board for this district.
Make a motion that we accept this zoning committee's recommendation.
Motion been made. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Okay. We had 2 zoning ordinances to discuss before I send it to y'all for public hearing. The first one is going to be the Article 4 Residential R-1A, which allows for duplexes in multifamily homes. The Planning Commission would like to delete item L under the use regulations where it requires a special exception permit for a second home due to the fact that it is a conflict with the area regulations under 4A-2, where you could have multiple family homes or duplexes for so many per acre. So it's a conflict with the setup of the zoning ordinance. And if they wanted more than what is allowed under the 4A-2, they could have to file for a special exception permit to get that approved.
Alex, do we need to take action to
No,
do this?
tonight we are only bringing this for informational purposes
Okay.
to let the board be aware of what is forthcoming.
Okay.
Then it will go through the planning commission process, and then it will come to the board for deliberation, depending on the action of the planning commission.
Very good.
Okay, the other one is the erosion and sediment control ordinance. The county has been a member of DEQ's erosion and sediment control plan for years. And DEQ has decided to combine stormwater and erosion and sediment control together. Although the county does not participate in the stormwater, but under the E&S rules and regulations, they changed some word and added some more definitions. They changed the section from 10.1 to section 1.1. So in order to get the zoning ordinance for the E&S in compliance with DEQ's regulations, the county has to update it. So this is just informational.
Okay,
It'll go to the planning commission to let y'all know what's going on.
okay.
The
So we have a
E&S
public hearing on this, Robert? Is that what we'll have to have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, will that be at the next planning commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we'll have a public hearing here when we pass it,
Yeah.
adopt it.
Yep.
Okay.
That's all I have.
That's all you have? All right. Well, next on our agenda, it's a real pleasure for me to give Mr. Carter this resolution. Wayne, you want to come up? I need some glasses.
I got some of you.
I wouldn't have walked back.
It's a whole lot of stuff wrote on that, Jim. Is that, you sure you got the right one?
There's a whole lot of stuff written.
We got it all on one page.
I did not write it. If I wrote it, it would be 5 pages.
It was an absolute pleasure to present this, Wayne. He and I go back longer than anybody else in this room together. Not only from a Board of Supervisors and County Administrative point of view, but just growing up in the same community and later on in life hanging out a little bit. So, Wayne, here we go. Whereas the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors wish to honor H. Wayne Carter III on his retirement as County Administrator of Mecklenburg County. And whereas Mr. Carter began work for the Mecklenburg County in 1989, serving as the county's first zoning administrator, then moving on to assistant county administrator and county administrator in 2004, where he has served for the past 20 years. And whereas being the county's first zoning administrator, Mr. Carter developed and implemented the county's first zoning codes. And whereas during his tenure as county administrator, he has implemented many changes that have brought this county to the forefront. Just to name a few, the planning and development of the county's 911 center, the Lakeside Regional Landfill, the Mahern River Regional Trail, enabling this county to be able to be at the leading edge of technology, services, and efficiency in working with the citizens of Mecklenburg County. And whereas during his many years as county administrator, he has held office and been instrumental on numerous committees and boards. And whereas his visionary leadership, strategic planning, extensive knowledge of construction, and collaboration efforts have significantly contributed to the growth, development, and prosperity of Mecklenburg County, as he is overseeing many projects. And whereas the county is extremely thankful for the countless hours of hard work and dedication that went into being the largest economic investment in Southern Virginia history to Mecklenburg County. And whereas Wayne Carter's fiscal responsibility, prudent management, and stewardship of county resources have ensured fiscal stability and sustainability, leaving Mecklenburg County in a better financial position than when he began his tenure. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors that this esteemed body hereby honors and expresses its deepest appreciation to H. Wayne Carter III for his outstanding 34 years of service to Mecklenburg County, recognizing his remarkable achievements, contributions, leadership, and wishing him continued success and fulfillment in all his future endeavors.
Thank all of y'all. Truly been, these 20 years have been wonderful. I've been blessed to be county administrator of the best county in the world, to work with the best staff, best board members, constitutional. My family's here. I'd like to recognize them. Trevor, Mary Lou, Matthew, Alex. It's really, it's been an honor and privilege, and I wish everyone the best.
Take a picture with him. Take a picture with your family. Take a
It
picture.
used to be our old version of JRU.
Could be worse than I know that one, it's okay. Oh, no.
Jenny.
Sorry.
She got to change the location.
Are you the podium?
There it is. There we go.
It was 1984.
Probably.
That was.
That jawline.
So Wayne was laying the foundation to be a county administrator right there.
Well, Wayne, we also wanted to say too, that we all have your face in mind. So, we do sell these, by the way.
I think you couldn't even give them away.
I did say everybody, but everybody didn't show up.
I hate reading them things. Reading right with that, the way the words flow. Yeah, it doesn't happen.
That was Wayne. Yeah.
Can't believe you're gonna leave.
Yeah, I would.
I don't blame him, I would too.
I've been gone.
You had enough.
I'll let them get cleared out before we go. All right, moving right along. Comprehensive plan update. Rachel?
Yes, good evening. Happy to be here again. For those who don't know me, I'm Rachel Falkenstein. I'm with 3TP Ventures, which is the firm that the county has contracted with to update the comprehensive plan. 1 second while I plug in.
Didn't quite get there.
Okay, hopefully that will come up.
Yep.
For future.
You got to drag it over.
There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. Was seeing a different screen than you all. So I'm here this evening to present a little bit of information from the first phase of work on the comprehensive plan update. Want to share some selected existing conditions findings from our work and research so far. And I want to share with you the results from the community survey that we did, that we had online, and we had paper copies as well. We had 29 questions, so I'm going to share some select results. And then I'll end with talking about what's next for the project. So for the existing conditions analysis, we've been working over the past couple of months to compile a document called the Draft Community Story that talks a little bit about existing conditions in the county. We look at some data, some demographic trends, some housing, income, and commuting data. We compiled some statistics and maps about the county, and we looked at some peers of the community to kind of get a good feel of where the county is today, and set that baseline for future tracking and progress. But we also looked ahead. We made some population projections. And then in this document, we've also compiled some of the community engagement. I know this is a repeat for you all, but sharing this for the members of the public who are watching this evening. This draft will be available online later this week, so the community can read it and learn about our findings. So I'm not going to go through everything within the community story, but I just wanted to highlight something Alex and I thought was interesting was commuting information. I don't think there's a lot of awareness of some of the commute trends in the county, so we wanted to highlight that. and share kind of what we thought was interesting about commute time. So I shared earlier, your mean travel time to work in the county is about 25 minutes. And that's pretty good if you compare it to the state, you compare it to the national average, you're below average. And this chart here kind of breaks down how many people are commuting in different kind of segments of time. So you can see kind of where the mean is around 25 minutes. Most people are driving alone to work, though there is a percentage who work from home and there is a percentage who are also carpool, but very few people, not surprising, walk or ride a bike to work. We looked at the walk and bike store for the community. You might be aware of these indicators. It's a national data set, and often you see them with real estate listings. People will say what the walk score or the bike score is. Mecklenburg County is pretty low. This is a score out of 100 that they give to communities, and you have a 0 walk score and a 19 bike score. What this means is you are car dependent and you have minimal bicycle infrastructure. It's not surprising for a rural place, but there are interventions you all can think about, especially within and around the towns, to get those numbers up and provide opportunities for people to get around on foot for some of their trips. It will never take place of all of your trips in a community like Mecklenburg, but you can provide opportunities for that. But what we wanted to dive into a little bit as well is people who are commuting in and commuting out of the county each day for work. So this chart and graphic show you have a total of about 10,000 employees who are employed in Mecklenburg County. 5,400 of those folks come from other places. 4,700 live in the county and work in the county. But then you have 8,000 people who are leaving the county for work each day. So those are statistics that we might want to think about as we're planning for the future. We're thinking long-term, what policies do we want to enact to kind of try and change these numbers, change the trajectory of kind of where people are working in the community. You might want to enact policies so that people who drive here each day for work, maybe they decide they'd rather live here and they have places to live. And then those who are commuting out, maybe additional jobs for them to be able to live and work in the community. So we thought those were interesting. We want to dive into this a little bit more, continue to think about this commuting information as we do our land use planning in the next phase of work. This shows how you compare to the peer localities that we looked at. So we chose a couple of peers that we thought would be somewhat aspirational peers. Some of them are a little bit bigger in population than Mecklenburg County, but they're all rural places. They all have dispersed towns similar to Mecklenburg County. So we wanted to see kind of how you are stacking up against communities in Virginia that are similar to you, similar situated with a rural place, a dispersion of small towns. And you're very similar in terms of those who, the percentage of those who drive to work, a lower carpool percentage than most of your peers. So that might be something to think about, policies to support carpooling. Again, most places don't have a lot of folks who walk to work because they're rural. And like I said, you are kind of leading the state, leading the group of peers we looked at in terms of commute time. You're lower than most places for commute time. So I think that's a really positive thing for the county. So now I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the community survey we did and share some of the selected results from our findings. Like I said, the survey had 29 questions, so I'll dive into a couple that we thought were interesting. So for our phase 1 work, we did multiple opportunities for community engagement. We had some in-person opportunities in Chase City and South Hill. We had some focused dialogues, talking with county staff and town staffs and officials to kind of get their perspective as we think about planning for the future. And then we had this online community survey, which we're going to talk about this evening. So we ran the community survey. It was available on the project website from January 6th to February 15th. So about 5 weeks we had it open. We spread the word as best we could using social media, the county website. We had information in the newspaper about it and the radio stations. So we tried to spread the word and disperse how we got the information out. The survey was 29 questions, like I said, and we had 409 people who participated in the survey. Now, that does not mean they answered every single question. Our overall response rate was about 66%. So folks answered about 2/3 of the questions. We made it optional. All the questions were optional, so folks could skip through if they didn't want to answer some questions. So I'm going to get into a couple of the results and share kind of what people were saying. We had kind of two sections of content. We had questions asking people kind of share their input on existing kind of facilities and services in the county. And then we had some future looking questions as well. So we asked folks how they would rate facilities in Mecklenburg County. This is a two-part question. A lot of folks I know completed this survey on their phones. So we broke up the questions so we didn't have too many options in one. So the first part, you can see here what people said. This was an out of 5 rating. We asked folks 0 to 5 what they thought, 5 being excellent, 0 being very poor. And you can see how the topics ranked here. And then continuing on, this is the same question. How would you rate the following facilities in the county? You can see that public libraries and county school facilities did relatively well, with convenience centers being the lowest ranked of this group. We also asked people about programs and services within the county, so more about service oriented rather than kind of built environment questions. So emergency services ranked really well in the community. The lowest ranking response here was economic development activities, such as attracting new businesses. Again, this was a 0 to 5 ranking, and these show the average scores among the participants. Oh, and I should have pointed out on the bottom corner, you can see how many people responded to each question. So 374 on this one. Again, continued asking about programs and services. This group didn't rank quite as well as the first group, with broadband and internet access being the lowest ranked. We asked people how they would rate quality of life measures in the county, and these are kind of a mixed bag of things, but we categorize them as quality of life. So looking at housing, job opportunities, ability to get daily needs in the county, that would be like groceries and childcare. We were sure to caveat this includes towns too, because we know a lot of those services are within the towns. Your highest ranking quality of life measure in Mecklenburg is access to nature, with the lowest ranking being activities for kids and families, followed closely behind by housing options with 2.1 and 2.3 for those. So the next group of questions are more looking forward. So we were starting to kind of prompt people about, you know, as we do the future land use plan, as we think about policies that we want to draft in the comprehensive plan, to kind of share what they value most or what they thought was most important. So we asked them to rank land use policies for Mecklenburg County's future. And this shows kind of top to bottom, top being the first, the kind of top response from folks, and the bottom 9th being the least most popular response. So protecting water quality in the county's lakes and streams was the most important. Second behind was protecting working farms. And third behind that was protecting forest wildlife habits and the tree canopy. So a strong emphasis on protecting resources in the county. And you can see the others as they ranked. Recreational opportunities was a 4th. Mixed use development, promoting that was 5th. Promoting compact and sustainable development was 6th. A range of industrial uses and job types, 7th. More housing was 8. And more housing types was 8. More housing development was 9th. We asked folks to share what types of housing they thought were most needed in Mecklenburg County. And sorry that the font is a little bit small. These, the survey tool we use generates these reports for us, and unfortunately we can't change the font size. So the top responses here were single family detached houses. That's the cluster in the middle with 134. Senior housing actually tied with that at 134. That's the cluster toward the right. The third most popular response for housing types were smaller size single family detached homes. And we put, just so people kind of know what we meant by smaller size, less than 1,500 square feet. So the desire for still those single family homes, but maybe more modest, maybe more affordable options for folks. Apartments and townhouses scored around 60, 61, and 63 for those. And then we had some open-ended questions in the survey where we were asking people, we had these multiple choice questions, but we also wanted to make sure people had an opportunity to type in responses if we were missing anything in our multiple choice questions. And so we took all the responses and kind of coded them and came up with some themes that we heard throughout the multiple choice questions. So for facilities, you can see these topics were most important to folks: recreational facilities, expanding opportunities for shopping and entertainment, healthcare facilities, affordable housing. Though it did rank low in the kind of ranking question, it did frequently come up in the open-ended response questions. So it's top of people's mind. It may not rise to the level of importance of some of the other topics for them, but it still came up quite a bit. And then community facilities and infrastructures were facilities that people thought were needed in the county. And then again, we asked the same thing about programs and services. We wanted to make sure we were capturing everything. The topmost responses here were healthcare, childcare, activities for youth and for seniors, internet access, and again, affordable housing. So at the end of the survey, we wanted to ask people some demographic questions just so we got an understanding of who was responding, who was participating. So this helps us as we move forward to make sure we're hearing from a cross section of the community and to make sure we can tailor our outreach to try and hear from all the members of the community, and we can do outreach for specific groups as well. So we asked folks where they currently live. Again, this is a little bit clustered with the font, so sorry about that, but most folks live in the county or one of the towns. The cluster up top of 2, 4, and 1 people were your adjacent counties: Lunenburg, Halifax, and Brunswick. So not many folks from other places were participating in this. There was also an other category where if someone was from a different place, they could select other, and you had 14 people select other. We asked people to describe where they live, trying to understand if we're hearing from people who own their homes, or if they're renting homes, or if they're seasonal homeowners in the county. Folks who answered this question are homeowners. About 17 people were renting and 4 people were seasonal. Each of the demographic questions had a prefer not to respond, so we just wanted to make sure people knew these were optional. Then we asked folks what race and ethnicity best describes them, and by and large, folks identified as white Caucasian. We had 30 people who said they preferred not to respond, 6 were 2 or more races, and 16 were Black or African American. So again, you can see that largely folks who participated in the survey were white homeowners. That's not uncommon when we do community engagement. There's the folks that tend to be most engaged in a locality, but we want to make sure we provide opportunities for everyone to participate. So we're going to think about this and try to find opportunities to reach other folks in the community. Again, age range, we tend to hear from older folks when we do community engagement, and it wasn't any different for the survey. We had 8 people who were less than 25 years old answer this question. So again, this highlights the need to try and do more outreach to younger age groups so we can hear from them, especially if we're trying to attract young folks to stay in the county, want to set up roots here. We want to hear kind of from their perspectives as we plan for that. So I'm going to wrap us up and just talk about what's next for the project. I spoke with you this afternoon about the vision statement. We're going to take the vision, we're going to take your feedback, update the vision, and then start to think about goals to support this vision. And we're going to look at the future land use plan. So we'll be bringing out maps, asking people to kind of mark up maps as we think about where should we protect areas in the county, where should we direct growth. This is our phasing plan. So you can see we're wrapping up phase 1. This is our last kind of official phase 1 event, and we'll move quickly into phase 2 and talk about those topics. I just want to put in a plug for the project website. It's www.mec44.com. And this is where we're going to house information about the project. I'm going to put up all the results from the community survey on here. So if people want to dive into and read all the responses, you'll have the opportunity to do that. I'm also going to put that draft community survey up there as well, so people can kind of see the work we've done so far and think about how we should start to plan for the future. We will be doing public engagement for phase 2 in the coming months, and we'll put the opportunities on the website and do our best to get the word out. So I want to offer an opportunity for any questions or comments from you all this evening.
Anyone have any questions?
I think she answered most of ours earlier.
Did a good job.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Kevin, well, DDOT update.
All right, good evening. Y'all should have got our monthly board report in your package. A few things I want to go over. Our crew's been busy this month, patching, replacing pipe and doing litter cleanup around the county. Some future projects we've got coming up, of course, our rural rustics, 757 All Goods Lane and 668 Dry Creek Road. Construction should be starting soon on those routes. Another project we've got that's going to happen, Route 58 mile markers are going to go up. These would be similar to what's on the interstate. We're doing these in both Mecklenburg and Brunswick County on the whole 58 corridor. Hopefully this gives a good reference point to travelers and commuters and stuff to, in case of need emergency services or something, our sheriff's department and stuff can find them faster out there on the road. Old Cox Road, the bridge over Buckhorn Creek between Whiteman and Phillips Lane, that project had to be delayed. We're hoping to get started on that within the next 60, 90 days. We will let the county know once we're ready to move on that. And next month, we'll be looking forward for our 6-year plan meeting with the Secondary Roads Committee. Looks like we're going to be adding roughly 2.4 miles of dirt roads to the list.
Can you send out the road counts?
You mean adding those?
Adding
2.4
Yes, sir.
miles. Okay.
Yes, whatever. I'll have my computer and we'll have road counts and stuff. And if you know of anything you want to go ahead and get counts on, just let me know and I'll go ahead and get them to you.
So that meeting will be next month sometime.
Before the board meeting.
Board meeting. Okay. Very good.
Yep.
Mr. Rabbit, I believe you chairman of that committee.
Overlook Road, just don't forget it.
Welcome to government.
So if there are any road counts that you all would like to have done, let me know and we'll funnel it along to have them.
Sometimes I prefer to turn down a dirt road and just roll the ones down.
Any update on my signs for the interstate?
Your signs are for exit, let me tell you right, exit 15 are up. They're upgraded. They're up. They're in the review right now to do the exit 12 stuff. So hopefully I'll hear something in the next.
Don't worry. If not, I'll ask you next month too.
That's fine. I'll let you know.
I can say I did see them the last time I went to Chapel Hill.
Yeah, I've seen some of them been put up and they look good. We just need to get them into 12.
Yep.
All
We're
right.
gonna work on them.
Very good. Any other questions?
Kevin, as far as picking up trash, do the convicts, are they back involved with that now?
They are right now. We're getting out somewhere between 2 and 3 gangs a day. Of course, we got to split them between the 3 counties and stuff. As far as picking up trash, we're going to Clarksville already got an early start on picking up trash. I got a note here. They picked up. Well, I say the contractor picked up 560 bags this month just on 58 from Boydton out to Halifax and the primary over there. And a few secondary roads. But usually this time of the year, we'll start a spring cleanup right before we get to mowing and stuff. I noticed 92 looked right rough when I come in today.
There's a few of them, 560 bags, so that's unreal.
That's unbelievable. Isn't it?
Yep.
Yes, sir. All right. Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll see you next month. Thank you.
Tina, you got a tourism report?
a gift bag in your chair. And those are for the board members that were not here the last time that I gave gift bags. So don't be jealous, everybody else. You got swag a couple of years ago. And then you'll also notice you've got some nice portfolios, and those are courtesy of Angie in Economic Development. So I don't get credit for those, although I tried to take it. So I'm happy to give you sort of the highlight reel on what's been going on in tourism. I wasn't able to give you an update last fall, so I'm happy to be back to let you know what we have going on. So each year we get visitation numbers from VTC's travel research team, and these numbers are for the year prior. So the numbers we're looking at today are 2022, and these come from VTC. And once again, Mecklenburg County has seen an increase in tourism-related revenue. For 2022, our direct visitor spending has increased 5.5% from $100.7 million to $106.2 million. Jobs supported by tourism have also increased from 746 to 788, and we've seen an increase in local tax revenue from 3.7 to 3.8 million. These numbers, they come in every fall for the prior calendar year. Since I wasn't able to share them with you, last fall, I'm sharing them with you today. So how do we compare to our neighbors? We rank second in visitor spending for the Southern Virginia region, second only to the city of Danville. But we are twice as high ranking as any of our other neighbors. I don't get hard visitor numbers from VTC, but from the state level, but I do get real numbers from the Corps of Engineers and Occoneechee State Park for visitation to our campgrounds and our parks. In 2023, this is our most recent data, visitation to our campgrounds increased by an average of 8%, with a total of 172,000 visitors staying at least one night in one of our campgrounds. North Bend, you'll see, saw a notable decrease because they had to close their facilities for some maintenance issues last season, but I'm being told those issues have been resolved and they're expecting a fully open season this year. In addition to our campground stays, the Corps of Engineers they've placed traffic counters into our day use areas and our boat ramp areas. And in 2023, they have counted over 319,000 vehicles entering our parks for the year. So they're there to launch a boat, enjoy the facilities, have a picnic with the family, you name it. So it's no surprise to you all that because of our lakes fishing tournaments are really big here. And I normally, in the tourism department, try to sponsor 1 or 2 big tournaments a year because they're a huge boost to our local economy. I think I explained to you before that our data shows the value of an angler here for a multi-day tournament is $1,200. We learned that by surveying our fishermen and comparing our data. I've not contracted with a big tournament this year, but I wanted to share with you that I've checked with my friend at the Corps of Engineers who grants permits for tournaments. And he tells me that as of today, he's issued 110 fishing tournament permits for mostly Bugs Island Lake. This year, it's only March. So that is huge. And so the total boats, so when people file for a permit, they also say how many boats they expect. So when I added up all the boats, that comes up to about 5,000, a little over 5,000 boats. And so if you consider the value of an angler is $1,200, if we kind of do the math there, even if we, put 2 anglers in a boat, that's a $3 million injection just from our fishermen coming to these lakes. So, I encourage you the next time you're at a gas station and there's a boater there filling up his tanks and stuff, wish him luck, but also thank him because they are a huge economy boost here. So our 5-year history reflects an overall 45% growth in visitation, and this is an all-time high for us here in Mecklenburg. I expect this trend to continue as we continue to have new tourism-based businesses investing here and more visitors coming. Speaking of new businesses, I have been to a lot of ribbon cuttings
since my last board update. So knowing that you all don't always, sometimes we stay in our little bubbles and we don't always get all around the county, I wanted to share some of those with you today. In Clarksville, we've had the T-Box just open. They're a brand new indoor recreational facility. It's a simulated golf and sports facility. They have simulated driving ranges and other virtual games with food, beer, and wine. And I'm excited to have a new rainy day activity to market. We have a lot to do in the outdoors, but not a whole lot to do when it's raining. So that's really exciting to me. Lago Luna Metal Art Studio is in Buffalo Junction. It's a new metal design and art studio. They feature a gift shop and educational experiences. Rooted Cafe just had their ribbon cutting in Clarksville. Brand new coffee shop and gathering space that will feature live music. Since my last update, I know many people have enjoyed the Bank Street Cafe here in Boynton. It's a lovely and much needed additional dining option here in Boynton. KC Farms Forest Kids also opened up. And here right across 58 in Boynton, they're a new outdoor family fun venue located under a canopy of shady pines. Lots of kids activities, things to climb and jump on, and mini golf for adults. Kids get in free and adults have to pay. In South Hill, the Beehive Buzz Diner is a nice new dining option in South Hill. The Antler Lodge is member-based, but that's a new place for food and entertainment. They've got live music and dancing just about every weekend. So how do I get people here? How do I get the word out about us? My marketing plan includes a mix of print and digital advertising, both in and out of market. Our top drive markets include Raleigh, Richmond, DC, and Charlottesville. All these magazines we have ads in. We participate in the Virginia Welcome Center's PMAP program, and I have visitors guides in 3 Virginia Welcome Centers and over a dozen more local visitor centers across the state, as well as in our local hotels and businesses. I have an ongoing series of Google ads and social media campaigns that focus on why there is more of what matters here in Mecklenburg. We serve up a consistent stream of messaging to target audiences and invite visitors to find more ways, more reasons, more time to visit Mecklenburg. We target audiences like people who love outdoor recreation, food, craft beer, lake life, history, families, road trippers, wine lovers. These are targeted to both in-market and out-market consumers, and the content is circulating constantly on the internet and is why we get about 10,000 visits a month to our website. And, even though I've seen all of this content thousands of times, I realized when I was doing this presentation that maybe you all have not seen it. And so I'd like to share with you some of the things that we do have running. This is an example of sort of like banner ads you might see on a website that pop up when you go visit. And this is an example of some of the video ads we're running. This one here is about lake life. Let me stop it because I need audio. Jenny, what happened to my audio?
It would have been the setting when you started it.
Okay, hold on a second. Sorry, I just want y'all to hear it. Pressed on is open. Well, still no audio. It was working earlier, I promise. What?
The sound on your computer.
On what?
The sound on the computer.
Yeah.
We did test it out earlier, just so
Yeah.
Sorry.
Insert cute music here. How about that? All right, this is the one about lake life. Sorry, there's no sound.
between the plate and the paper. We've had other presentations.
Again, our message is consistently more of what matters in Mecklenburg. So more reasons to do this than that, more of this than that is our campaign message that we've been using for a good 6 years now, and we find it very effective. So that one's about lake life. Let's see. This one shows some of our shopping experiences here, promoting small businesses. Again, the message is more of what matters in Mecklenburg. We like to promote our small retail shops. These might show up on a YouTube ad. They might show up in your social media feed. And this is a little fun one we did for the train museum in South Hill. And I'm showing you because maybe not all of you have been in there. It's a really cool little place. They've got these model trains and model villages of Mecklenburg County as it was back in the day. So our website is where we drive all of these ad clicks to. It is a one-stop shop resource for everything going on in the county. It was designed to look and feel like an app when you view it on mobile. And in just a few clicks, you can save a shortcut to your home screen without having to download an app. So I encourage you to visit that website and share it with folks. Anybody asking what's going on, you can find it all in one place. So now that you see how I can reach an audience over the internet, you should also know that I'm out there in person, meeting and greeting, shaking and howdying, and at tourism conferences, trade shows, festivals across Virginia and North Carolina, as well as local events. And as we speak, Mecklenburg County Tourism is sponsoring a takeover at the Virginia Welcome Center in Bracy. For the entire month of March and April, all Mecklenburg County businesses have the opportunities to set up promotional displays. They can hold tasting events or giveaways inside the Welcome Center. Our promotional videos are running in the background on a loop all day long. We sponsor this for 2 months every spring, which is one of the busiest times of the year for the visitor center. And that particular Bracy Welcome Center has counted close to 80,000 visitors so far this fiscal year. And for our new board members or those who may not know, I serve and represent the county on these local and regional committees and boards. In my last report, I let you know that we had received some ARPA funding that was dedicated solely to tourism, and I revealed my spending plan at that time. Though that plan has changed a little due to different circumstances, I'd like to update you on what we have done with it and what I intend to do with it before the deadline at the end of June. Part of the original plan was an improvement project for the town of Chase City to help support public restrooms at their outdoor event space. This project is complete, and they now have a lovely multi-unit public bathroom facility at the Chase City Pavilion. This facility was fashioned out of a shipping container, and it has served the town and pavilion very well. It was a very creative way to make public restrooms. It's all solar powered. A portion of the funding went towards supporting a multi-day urban slide event, which I know you all heard about last year. We pulled this off last August. It was a great event. It ended up being sold out. I passed the baton over to Clarksville Chamber, and they're going to now run it as a new annual event. It's coming back this August. Even the city of Lynchburg heard what we did, and now they're going to bring it to Lynchburg. A portion has been dedicated to marketing our destination in new and creative ways. One of the changes made was with South Hill. The funding for them went originally towards establishing a new annual event, but that will now go towards rebranding the South Hill Chamber, who also serves as the destination marketing organization. They'll be getting all new branding, a website, and promotional materials for South Hill. And a portion is going towards building a mural trail throughout the county. This is a project I'm actively working on. Oops, I said I was working. Let me get to the next one. This is a project I'm actively working on. I assembled a team consisting of town and chamber leaders. I issued a call for artists. I had 18 submit proposals from up and down the East Coast, and we hired a very qualified artist from Jacksonville, Florida. His name is Jason Tetlak. That's that guy. Jason has already been here to tour all of the towns. And right now we're in the design phase. So each one of our towns will get a mural, and we'll have 6 total murals across the county. This project is multi-layered, and it will incorporate augmented reality technology. So I can build multiple ways for visitors to interact with these murals. My core objective for this project was to get people to engage with them and tie them together with a common story so that it encourages people to want to go from Chase City to South Hill to La Crosse, to get all of them, to collect all of the pieces of the story. And I'm going to achieve that through augmented reality. And if you don't know what that is, you can basically, once these murals are up on the back end, the technology side of things, we can make them come to life in any way we want to. You hold your phone up and scan them, and suddenly that thing is moving and it's coming to life, or it's feeding you some content, some, the backstory behind it. So it's going to be a multi-layered interactional piece. This is a mural trail, not just a trail of murals. And so it's going to be the first of its kind. Once it's completed, we won't have anything like this in Southern Virginia. So when it is done, we're in the design phase right now. He's going to start painting in March. We're going to be done with it by the end of June, hopefully by the end of May. And so when that's done, I'm going to invite you all. I'm going to invite our state leaders and everybody else who will come, our dignitaries, and load you all on the bus, and we're going to go do a big tour. We have lots of events coming up all over the county. Once the weather warms up around here, we push the gas pedal and we're wide open. And so this is just a sampling of the events. You'll find them all on the website, visit mecva.com. I encourage you to get out and go to these events and enjoy them around your county. We have a lot to be proud of here and a lot to celebrate. Thank you for your time. That's all I have for tonight. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody got any questions?
Great job.
I got one. The little tourism book that I got it in the mail, I don't know, a week, 10 days ago, somewhere along the way. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It promotes, but how often do you update that? Because probably half of those.
I'm hitting on a year and a half. My goal was every year, but it's about every 18 months.
Yeah, because I was going to say probably half of some of the things that you named, the new things, were not in it at all.
They go,
So.
I know. We have such a quick turnaround, and I can't hardly keep up with keeping the activity.
Yeah, I was just curious how often you do
about a
update
year,
that.
year and a half. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's about time.
Well, I don't
for
think
him.
you can do it any quicker than a year and a half, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I have.
Thank you.
All righty, Alex, we got any public comment?
We do, Mr. Chair. We have one member of the public signed up to speak tonight, and that is Stephen Bush.
I would like to remind everybody that 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes on public comment.
Jenny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. It's my pleasure to be with you this evening. Excuse me for that. My name is Stephen Bush, and I'm appearing as a private landowner this evening. My wife Susan and I own a farm on Route 15 near the county boundary line with Charlotte County. We've had it for about 31 years, and we have about 1 mile of road frontage from the county boundary at Charlotte down Route 15 towards Clarksville to where those the turnoff is to the boat landing. The purpose of my appearance this evening is to raise an issue that I think is a matter of significant public concern, and that's litter. And I will briefly outline the problem, and I'll have a few suggestions for consideration. First, let me just say, I recall anti-litter campaigns dating back to my childhood. And I'm looking around the room, and there are enough people about my same age. You all remember those campaigns as well. But I'm not aware of any current public awareness efforts that are directed towards anti-litter. And you'll see on the screen up here a photograph that my wife and I took of a real mess that we cleaned up just right across from St. Level Baptist Church. And we've been cleaning up trash on Route 15 for many years now, and the problem is getting worse and worse. I spent 2.5 hours today picking up trash, and I feel confident that next week there'll be just as much on that stretch of the road. And so one thing I would like to ask you all to consider is, what impression do you want people to have of Mecklenburg County when they enter our county from the different directions, Route 58, Route 15, and other venues? And if you pull into something and the first thing you see is a bunch of litter up and down the highway, what does it tell you about that municipality? We're very proud of our place, and that's why we pick up trash as regularly as we do. And that's why I think you might be able to sense some degree of passion that I have about raising this issue. And I thank Mr. Brankley, our supervisor, for communicating with me about this and inviting me to make some comments tonight. My wife and I fear that without some type of an organized campaign, this problem is just going to get worse. There are more and more people that are coming into our area from outside that don't live here. I'm not blaming them or anything along those lines, but we do feel that the problem is multidimensional. You've got carelessness on the one hand. The people who do want to take care of their trash, they do want to take it down to the dumpster, and they put it in the back of the pickup truck, and they don't think much about it. And they zip down the road at 55 miles an hour, and it blows out. That's carelessness. You have other people that just throw the trash out. And I saw plenty of that today with the single cans of beer and other items such as that. So we think that in terms of solution, first I would ask you, should Mecklenburg County do something? Now, we did have a report earlier about 560 bags being picked up by a contractor, and that's great. But maybe there's something that could be more. That's a public awareness campaign at some level. Most of our citizens are proud of living in Mecklenburg County. And these folks are justifiably concerned about the litter, and they're disappointed when they see it. I know that Susie and I are. So a few things quickly, and I'll wrap up. If there's a campaign, we think that the problem is pretty widespread, so it should be a county-wide campaign. I've talked about Route 15 where we are, but I think you could go down to Route 92, and I heard the gentleman from VDOT today say Route 92 is looking pretty rough. And signage might be considered as part of a campaign. Littering is a crime. Maybe words like that. Make Mecklenburg beautiful. Keep Mecklenburg beautiful. Do not litter. You could ask the police department to consider enforcing the anti-litter campaign or anti-litter laws when they have a chance. And
Mr. Bush, I
Yeah.
hate to interrupt you, but we've got a rule of 3 minutes, and
Okay,
that's
well-
we've given you a little extra time on that, but we share your concerns greatly.
Thank you. Well, I have photographs that I'll share with you. I appreciate the indulgence of giving me an extra 30 seconds. So I'll hand this out on my way out. But in any event, I urge you to do something because this problem is not going away and it's getting worse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, I did bring these along. If you have any doubt about the scope of the problem, I would just encourage each of you to spend about 30 minutes picking up trash near where you live in Mecklenburg County. You might want to have a vest, and this helps. You can get that at the hardware store. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Ms. Blackwell, Personnel Committee.
think Ms.
You're going to do
Lundy's
it, Ms.
got it.
Lundy? Okay. I'm just following my instructions here.
The Personnel Committee met, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Personnel Committee met on Monday, March 11th, 2024 at 4:30 PM in the Board of the Supervisors Conference Meeting Room. Members present, Claudia Lundy, Tom Tanner, Sterling Wilkerson. Members absent, Brenda Blackwell. Also present, Jim Jennings, Andy Hargrove, David Brinkley, Kurt Garrett, Alex Gauchow, County Administrator, Judy Sheffield, Assistant County Administrator, and Jenny Whittemore, Clerk. Ms. Lundy called the meeting to order. Mr. Gauchow advised the committee that the county has two department directors, excuse me, retiring this coming month, building and grounds and landfill. Both positions have been supported by an assistant second person in charge that is interested in the director's positions. Upon a motion of Mr. Tom Tanner, second by Mr. Wilkerson, the committee voted unanimously to advertise the positions with the departments, within the department. So I'll pause now to ask for a motion to recommend the two people who have been working as assistants to become directors, to be advertised. The positions to be advertised for the building and grounds and landfill. They are open and I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Okay. Upon motion of Mr. Wilkerson, second by Mr. Tanner, the committee voted unanimously to convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2-3711A. Supervisor Tanner, Lundy, Wilkerson voted aye. Upon motion of Mr. Tanner, second by Mr. Wilkerson, the committee voted unanimously to go back into open session. Supervisor Lundy, Tanner, Wilkerson voted aye. Upon motion of Mr. Tanner, second by Mr. Wilkerson, the committee voted to adopt the following certification resolution. Supervisor Blackwell, Lundy, Tanner, Wilkerson voted aye. Certification of closed session, whereas the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors convened a closed session on this date pursuant to an affirmative record vote and in accordance with the provision of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2:2-33712 of the Virginia Code of Virginia require certification by the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors that such closed session was conducted in conformity with the Virginia law. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors hereby certify that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirement by the Virginia law were discussed in the closed session, to which this certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters such as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors. There being no further business, the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Ms. Lundy. Mr. Tanner, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Economic Development and Property Committee held a joint meeting on Monday, March 11th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Board of Supervisors Meeting Room in Boynton, Virginia. Members present, Tom Tanner, Chairman, Sterling Wilkerson, Chairman, David Brankley, Dennis Spiff, Claudia Lundy, and Andy Hargrove. Others present, Jim Jennings, Brenda Blackwell, Kurt Gravitt, Alex Gottschalk, County Administrator, Judy Searfield, Assistant County Administrator, Angie Kelly, Economic Development Director, and Jenny Whittemore, Clerk. Chairman Tanner called the meeting to order. Mr. Gottschalk reviewed the information received from Drewberry Engineers on the bids received for the Lakeside Phase 2 ground storage water tanks and booster stations. Bids were open for the above referenced project on Friday, March 8th at 2 p.m. at the county boardroom. The project was advertised for 6 weeks and generated the interest from 6 contractors. 3 of which submitted bids before the deadline. The low bidder is HG Rentals Incorporated with a total base price of $6,851,617. The bid documents were reviewed and the bidder did provide the necessary information to be a qualified bidder. Drewberry recommends the Mecklenburg County approve the award of the contract to HG Rentals Incorporated. Upon a motion of Mr. Spence, the committee voted unanimously to recommend approving the lowest bid received from HG Reynolds and Company at a cost of $6,851,617. Mr. Chairman, I'll pause there to put that into the form of a motion that we award this low bid to HG Reynolds Company at a cost of $6,851,617.
Everyone's heard the motion. Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Upon a motion of Mr. Spence, the committee voted unanimously to convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711. Supervisors Tanner, Wilkerson, Brankley, Spence, Lundy, and Hargrove voted aye. Upon a motion of Mr. Brankley, the committee voted unanimously to go back into open session. Supervisors Tanner, Wilkerson, Brankley, Spence, Lundy, Hargrove all voted aye. Upon a motion of Ms. Lundy, the committee voted to adopt the following certification resolution. Supervisors Tanner, Wilkerson, Brankley, Spence, Lundy, and Hargrove voted aye. Certification of closed session. Whereas the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors convened a closed session on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provision of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors that such closed session was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements by the Virginia law were discussed in closed session, to which this certification resolution applies. And only such public business matters were identified in the motion convened the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors. There being no further business, the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Mr. Brankley, Legislative Committee?
Yes, sir. The Legislative Committee met on Monday, March 11th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. in the Board of Supervisors meeting room. Members present, David Brankley, Chairman, Andy Hargrove, Claudia London, and Dennis Spence. Also present, Jim Jennings, Sterling Wilkerson, Brenda Blackwell, Tom Tanner, Kirk Gravitt, Adam Scotcher, County Administrator, Judy Sheffield, Assistant County Administrator, and Jenny Whittemore, Clerk. The Chairman called the meeting to order. Ms. Rachel Falkstein presented the board with an update on the comprehensive plan update Mecklenburg 2024. She updated the board on the key findings from the recent survey and community meetings that have conducted throughout the county during this phase of the project. There being no further business, the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Brankley. Mr. Gottschall, County Administrator's Report. We've got a couple of items in there we need to address.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The first item we have tonight is an authorization for the purchase of land. As you saw in the survey results that were presented earlier by Rachel, one of our lowest scoring current facilities was convenience centers. So we as a county have embarked upon a campaign of constructing convenience centers that will contain trash in an area that is monitored, that has oversight, that is not at risk of dispersal throughout the community when we have adverse weather impacts or when they are oversaturated. So we have identified in one of the final acts of Wayne Carter's illustrious career here, a site on Highway 47 in between South Hill and Chase City as a potential site. And at this point, I will turn it over to the county attorney to depict the actions that are required this evening.
Sure. You have a resolution before you, I assume. The resolution is approving retroactively, and I'll explain that. Actions taken to acquire 2 parcels on which together will constitute this Whiteman site. The reason retroactively is we had an option that was expiring and we needed to act quickly, so we did. And we're asking your blessing tonight on what we have done. We've closed on one of the 2 parcels. We're closing on the other either tomorrow or Wednesday. With the recommendation and request is that you adopt the resolution.
Very good. That's excellent site. I may add, Mr. Carter did a great job putting that together. It's in my district. Would entertain a motion from somebody to adopt this resolution.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion's been made. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries.
The second item we have in terms of action items tonight is a grant appropriations for the clerk of the circuit court. There's a longstanding practice in the Commonwealth of providing resources to localities in order to repair certain materials that are housed and collected by the clerks of the circuit court and to digitize them. And so in recent weeks, the clerk's office has received notice of 2 different grants that have been received by the county for this purpose. The first one comes from the Library of Virginia, and this grant would preserve, for example, just to illustrate what we are saving here, the deed book from 1801 to 1804, the deed book from 1811 to 1815, the deed book from 1888, the deed book from 1900, the land book from 1920, and the will book from 1819 to 1824. So we will need an actions to appropriate $42,249 from the Library of Virginia, with revenues increased accordingly, to the Office of the Clerk of the Circuit Court for records preservation digitization, and then a similar action for $16,268 that came from the Compensation Board's Technology Trust Fund.
That's all non-county money.
That is correct.
Right.
The
Just wanna
library,
make sure everybody knew it. That's
yes, the Library of Virginia funds are from appropriations made by the Commonwealth, and the Technology Trust Fund is collected based off a fee, and I believe it's $4 if I'm going from memory, on transactions that occur over in the circuit court. And they go to the state, and then the state remits it back.
Everybody clear with the background on this? Okay, we'll entertain a motion to approve. We need 2 motions for 2 different amounts, or?
No,
one?
it could be one action.
It can be one. Okay.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Motion's been made. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. General Assembly update. Mr. Gotcha.
The next couple items are for informational purposes. First, General Assembly update. As you are well aware, I could speak for the rest of the week on this topic, so I will not do so. I will just highlight a couple items.
Hand me that light over here.
The General Assembly concluded its regular session on Saturday. They did adopt a budget. That budget will now go for the governor, who will almost assuredly make a large series of amendments, and then we will get into a purgatory period in which it may or may not be resolved, and hopefully we are done by the end of June. That's the optimistic forecast. So I won't dwell too much on that right now because there's still a lot left to be resolved. In terms of legislative items that impact the county, there were a number of items this session. It was a very defensive session for Mecklenburg and other rural communities across the Commonwealth. This is going to continue into next year. Solar. There's a multitude of bills on solar, but there were 2 major bills on solar that would have impacted the county and others like us fairly significantly. One such bill would have removed the authority for the board to essentially be the ultimate last approver of solar of 50 megawatts or more. There was a process built into that in which the county would have the first ability to approve. And if the county did not, then there would be an appeal afforded to the State Corporation Commission. Those bills were pushed over into 2025. In doing so, the sponsors of the bill essentially said that their stated goal was to bring it to the forefront as a topic of interest to the Commonwealth, and they felt that this drastic action accomplished that. But hopefully they will be more amenable to conversations with people like the Rural Solar Development Coalition, of which we are a member, to get to a more adequate balance of responsibilities between county authority and where the policy of the Commonwealth comes into play. So that was pushed out to next year early in the session. There was a secondary solar bill which came out of the Senate from Senator Van Valkenburg that would have ended the ability for counties to institute a cap on solar until such point as 4% of the total land area in a county was met, which is about 16 times larger than the acreage amount we currently have in place. Until that time, then there would be no ability for boards to cap based on size, based on amount, and based on density. That being said, each individual decision would rest with the locality. So the locality would just have to take them each on one at a time. As mentioned, that bill did make it out of the Senate. When it got over the House pushed it on to next year, but there has been so much agitation on both sides about this matter that the sponsor of the bill has now made an affirmative statement that they have a strong vested interest in the topic and will be bringing it back. So that will be something to certainly watch for in 2025. In terms of data centers, there was also a lot of conversation at the General Assembly level this year that namely comes out of Prince William County. Prince William had a very large site that was in a location that many residents and others in Prince William County felt was not suitable for data center development. And that has caused a ripple effect out to the statewide level. All bills related to data center were pushed to 2025 in committee because there is going to be a study that is conducted by the Joint Legislative and Audit Committee, JLARC, and JLARC's going to be doing a comprehensive evaluation of data centers, their impacts on the Commonwealth's policy related to them, taxation, just runs the gamut with respect to data center policy in Virginia. And so the legislature as a whole didn't want to get ahead of JLARC. So they're going to afford JLARC the opportunity to do this study. We will be closely monitoring that study and hope that there are avenues for our participation therein. I imagine that when the study comes out, which should, if on schedule, be released at the end of the calendar year, there will be copious amounts of dialogue in the 2025 session of the General Assembly regarding data centers. Some of the bills weren't so bad. Some of them were very problematic from a language perspective in that they had sweeping generalities without much requisite detail and would cause a lot of potential after effects. So we will be closely working on those in order to tighten the language if we are afforded the opportunity to do so. The third major topic related to Mecklenburg County would be fire and EMS funding. There was last year, you may recall, I know Supervisor Tanner certainly does, there was a study that was conducted, and it was more of an ad hoc study because the actual study, there was supposed to be funding for it in last year's budget that did not make it into the September enactment. So they kind of did it on their own, I'd say would be a fair assessment of the situation. What ultimately has happened is that now money has been put into this year's budget to reconduct the study with professional consultation help, because nobody was satisfied with how the Department of Public Safety and Homeland Security went about the ad hoc study. And so all the bills emanating from that last year's study have been pushed to next year. There was one bill that actually made it out of the House, but Senate Finance continued, and that would have opened up the existing Commonwealth's aid to localities funding source to do more things than it currently does, including construction, including retention efforts of volunteers. So it's quite unfortunate that Senate Finance did not pursue the opportunity to advance that. But I do think in the long run, more is to come on the fire and EMS front. And certainly we will gladly participate in the study. I know the current vice chair of the House Appropriations Committee is incredibly interested in this topic. I've had communications with his chief of staff on the matter. So I don't think this is going anywhere, which would be good for us. There was a multitude of other bills at the General Assembly level this year. I did want to highlight one that may get vetoed, may not, but won't have an effect on us today, but will ultimately, and that is paid family medical leave, a program to create a statewide paid family leave as a payroll deduction. So similar to how FICA is done, but this would be at the state level, was enacted this session. It is applicable to local governments. It is not currently applicable to school divisions or constitutional officers. So, make that make sense. But in the interim, it would apply to for the bulk of our workforce, and it would come online in the collections would begin in 2026. The actual benefit would begin being paid out on January 1st, 2027. So if that ultimately comes to fruition, that would be another benefit that our employees would obtain. That's a benefit that all private sector employers of over 10 employees would have to provide. But that would be another cost because that we would be making a contribution as an employer through payroll purposes.
No way to know what estimate it would be, I'm sure.
No, because the state will have to conduct regulations and studies to determine what that rate would be. They would be the rate setters. So we wouldn't know that until 2025. They would be rolling out those items. So those are just a couple of the big level topics that I think are fairly impactful on the county's operations at this time. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to yield and try to answer them. But there was hundreds and hundreds of bills that were passed and thousands of bills considered. So if you have an interest in anything, I'm sure it was out there at some point or another.
We'll email you. How about that?
All right. So rolling into the next item, this is also for information purposes. We are hard at work here in the office every single day, and at 10 o'clock at night when I go to bed, I think about it. And then at 4 in the morning when I wake up, I think about it. The budget. We are putting together our we are putting together the county budget, and I wanted to provide the timeline and the items that the board will be having to convene for. So in your packet on page 2 of item K, there is a budget calendar included. The Budget and Finance Committee meeting is currently scheduled for April the 3rd. That's a Wednesday night. If anyone has a problem with April 3rd, please let me know. We can probably make it April 2nd or April 4th. Yes.
Can I, while you're on that date right there, is there any way, because we got new members this year and everything, we could possibly get that maybe a week in advance? No.
No. Now we're not enacting it. No,
we won't see it until that night. Then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is just a presentation. We're not taking any action that night.
Okay.
We have more than.
I know we talked about that last year.
We have more than a month to review it.
Okay.
There's a
That's
huge
fine.
differentiation between presentation and
And maybe that's the best way, so you can explain things as we
Mhm.
go along, and
Yeah.
then people can take it back and digest it. and all
that's
that.
that's
Okay.
that's the intent of that
Okay.
schedule.
Be that long before we've got to get it together.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
so,
good.
so we'll have the presentation at Budget and Finance Committee. We're gonna have a presentation then that next Monday at the regular board meeting so that, everyone in the public is aware of what's going on with our budget. That will be certainly a condensed version of the Wednesday night one. So we've got that. Then we have the budget ad will go out that week. The public hearing is until the 24th. So that gives the public over a week to view the ad before we have the hearing. So there's ample time in order for everyone to be aware of when the public hearing is. Then after that, we have another Budget and Finance Committee meeting on May 1st. That will be to make amendments to the budget and for board members to bring any community requests that they have, so we can add those to the budget. Then that final document will be sent a week ahead of the actual board action. We will have that budget out by May 6th, and then the enactment won't be till May 13th at the regular meeting.
Okay.
So the final version will have a full week for the board to review.
So I guess right now, the first date is make sure that's good with everybody.
Yes.
Probably.
Yep.
And then we'll take each one of them as we get to them.
Yeah. So
'Cause I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna be doing on May 1st, and nobody else does either, probably.
well, one reason why we're trying to get the calendar in front of you so that we can get it
Yeah,
on
no,
everyone. Yeah.
that's, you see what I'm saying.
Mhm.
So I mean, April 3rd is good with me.
Yeah.
I don't know about the other members.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So that's the budget schedule. The next item that I wanted to bring to the board's attention, you may have heard about this already. I know it was certainly in the paper, or at least in the Mecklenburg Sun, so you might have seen it. But the Mecklenburg County Public Schools is currently having a conversation about potentially rezoning. And in case any of your constituents contacted you about it, I wanted you all to be aware that this is an ongoing conversation. This wouldn't go into effect for several years to come, but part of it is because we are building new facilities and we want to make sure that we can adequately prepare those facilities for the populations they need to serve. So if certain schools are going to need to be bigger, we want to be able to design them to accommodate more students. So the school system's having feedback sessions at the individual respective elementary schools later in April. If you have any technical questions on this, Dr. Warner's in the back. Please direct your questions to him. If you have any questions after this, please direct your attention and your questions to him. But I definitely wanted the board to be aware of this because it is a topic that I'm sure many families will be talking about in Mecklenburg County. So if you had any questions at this time, we have a willing
Anybody got any questions?
person to respond.
Not right now.
Okay.
Later down the road.
Yes. And then the last item we have is our customary staff reports. They are in your packet. I am not going to go through all of them one by one. If you have any questions, let me know and we will go visit those topics. But I did want to highlight a couple of new items that we have in this month's packet that you might not be accustomed to seeing. So the first one is on page 10 of item K. That is the actual billing report for EMS that we get. We have contracted with the Northern Neck PDC to do billing. They do the billing for all of the EMS services in that area of the Commonwealth. So for the month of February, we collected $64,211.51 in bills. And if you look at the next page on page 11, that's actually about half of what we charge. So the collection rate is, I'd say, fairly solid as far as these things go. Of course, there's, as with insurance. There's a long time lag in between billing and collection, and goes through here and there and the other place. But I did want the board to be aware of what that billing process looks like. So
What
that's
is the
why
standard on the percentage of collection? What is it?
I don't know what the standard of
Do I-
collection would be necessarily, but in terms of billing for service as a revenue percentage of total operations, it's usually, which is a different metric,
Right.
but that's about a third-ish, a fourth to a third, and then the rest would be general fund support.
Right.
But on that specific question, I do not know the answer.
You know,
Roughly 70%.
of what they, by the time the insurance comes full circle.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess 3/4.
So that is several pages in this packet, so you get a good sense of how those billings occur. The next item we have is on page, that's new here, is on page 22 of the packet. We have the report of training, and specifically, we had an opportunity to allow the fire companies here in the county to train on Parkview Middle School. Before the building got torn down, we wrote it into the contract upon Supervisor Tanner's request to afford those with an opportunity for training that they customarily would not have. Commercial roof training was among the most notable ones, but they certainly ripped off every single exterior door to the facility. So before they came down, before the building started coming down, if you drove past it, they were gaping wide open entrances, and that's not because of vandalism, but because the fire departments went in there and had some fun nights, I'm assuming. So we did provide that opportunity, which was a very unique opportunity in a rural area to have training on a commercial scale building. So there's a couple pictures in there. If you want more pictures, I certainly know that the fire companies have posted it on their Facebook page, posted many, many pictures of that training. And then the last item, which is in the back section of it, we do have the Virginia Cooperative Extension has put in a series of slides about activities that are ongoing and their impact on the county. I do know they have a camp this summer, so if anyone's interested in that, please sign up. And then the last item I think that the board would be particularly interested in is on one of these last pages in there, and I'm waiting for it to load, but there is a report on the crop. Okay, it's on page 30. There's a report on the crops, FSA reported crops acreage for the county last year. Interestingly enough, the number one item that was planted in Mecklenburg County is by acreage is soybeans, which was almost 1/3 of total acreage here in the county. That was followed by pasture and hay second. Tobacco was only 2,500 acres, but tobacco is still the highest estimated value crop. So even though it was 10% of soybean by acreage, it is double soybean in value. So certainly the heritage of tobacco continues here in the county. And so with that, I conclude my report for the evening.
Very good. Thank you. All right, we'll go into the chairman's report. The first item I have is Mr. M.J. Colgate has resigned from the Stateside Planning District Commission. And he is a citizen at large, and his term does not expire until December the 30th, 2025. Right. I think we have a bio in our packet.
We do, Mr. Chairman. I'd reached out to several board members, and we had kind of been beating the bushes trying to find somebody, and just really didn't find anybody that was willing to step up. But I reached out to Mr. Joe Cappert, who lives in South Hill, and he's the president of the, I got to find his company's name, but it's an investment firm.
Yeah.
But he also is a EMT instructor and stuff like that, so he's well involved in the community. And I'd just like to put forth a motion that we appoint him to fill out the term of Mr. Colgate on the planning commission as the at-large.
Okay. The motion's been made. Any more discussion on this candidate? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. All right, Board of Equalization. Lisa, I believe you gave us a list of names. I'm gonna let you take it from right here and tell us what we do. I will say that Mr. James Jefferson is in my district and was my appointee, so I'm good.
You did good.
District 5 is good and District 8. And the rest are just suggestions. I picked 3, try to pick 3 from each district. It's up to y'all. If y'all want to reach out to them, that's fine. If not, I'll be glad to do it.
And when do you need the spy?
I need to have them trained by July 1st by the Department of Taxation.
We need-
So by June.
Those appointments need to be made next
They
month.
need to be made as soon as possible.
Yeah. They'll probably do training in June.
So each member can kind of look at these names in their district. And if you've got somebody different, I guess they could get with you and talk to you.
Let me know. Or if you want to reach out to someone.
And if you could, get a candidate to her, maybe a week or 10 days prior to our April meeting, maybe by April the 1st, then we can get closure on this.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That sounds good.
All right.
That's for the Board of Equalization.
All right, very good. Thank you. And we've got the Roanoke River Service Authority minutes. That's for your information. And unless Mr. Tanner has some comments about that.
No, everything's going well right now.
That's exactly how we want it going.
It's good
So,
to
all right, next we got consent calendar. Entertain a motion to
Yes,
approve.
sir. I'd like to move to approve the
All
sixth
right.
calendar, please.
Motion been made in discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. So we down to board member comments right now. We're doing good. Oh, who wants to go here? Mr. Gravitt, you wanna?
Sure.
You wanna go?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say a couple of things to the general public. I think the first thing that I want to say is I think we should still continue to support our small businesses. They mean a lot to this county. I also want to tell the general public to get out and be a part of this comprehensive plan that we're taking a part of now. I think our county is definitely changing and we need all the input we can get. Make sure it's headed in the right direction. Also, I was going to say that around the Occoneechee State Park area and 15 North, I've had some calls on a potential Verizon issue. Kind of got a dead zone in that area going up 15 North. It's dropping calls. I've got in touch, or I'm going to get in touch with somebody from Verizon for the county, and we're going to see if we can get that handled for everybody. I don't know if it's a device issue or tower issue, but maybe they can do some tweaking. It's 3 towers right there really close, so it's kind of no sense in them dropping calls. Everybody, be careful, be safe, and I'll see y'all next month.
Very good. Ms. Black?
Glad to see that there's the potential for improved phone service with an additional tower. And thank you to those who, for the gift bag and the portfolio. And Ms. Morgan is continuing to do an outstanding job with the tourism.
Mr. Wilkes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo Ms. Blackwell, I remember when we hired Tina, and it is, the numbers have just been skyrocketing ever since then. She's done an outstanding job. I think we all can agree on that. And just looking at those numbers, obviously it's a vital part of our economy that we need to continue to capitalize on to enjoy the things that we do and are able to do. Also, I agree with the gentleman about the litter. Everybody sees it all the time, everywhere. It's really ridiculous that we're even having this as a discussion, to be honest with you. Because in the end, it costs all of us money every single day. You may not realize it or not, but it's gonna cost. And I know we can do better. And I would just like to, voice my opinion on that. Let's all do a little better on that. We need to, increase the awareness and the enforcement of it. I don't know what that would entail, but often that's what's really gonna talk is the enforcement. So as far as law enforcement. And just best wishes to Wayne on his retirement because he certainly deserves it. So that's all I had.
All right. Mr. Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank the sheriff. He's not asleep back there. We were all invited to the department's dinner this year, and I appreciate the invitation and really had a good time. But I think it is important to recognize those people because they do an extremely tough job in this day and time. And thank you for doing that for them, but thank you for inviting us and including us in it also. One of the big things Michael Vaughn from the South Hill Fire Department reached out to me. As everybody knows from the paper, they've had a lot of incidents on the interstate. They've been working through VDOT and different avenues to try to get some type of help when they're out on these scenes. They did meet in Richmond and they were talking about the safety patrols like you see on 95 and stuff like that. The one thing we didn't realize is that 85 from Petersburg to the state line, 95 from Petersburg to the state line, and the center section of 64 are the only sections interstate in the state of Virginia that don't have them. So they've been trying to hopefully work with them to try to get one done on 85. But I would like to see if the county would be willing to write a letter of support for this to try to help. And we're going to also try to reach out to Brunswick and Dinwiddie too, to see if we can try to influence them to try to do something to put one on 85 also.
I think it's a outstanding idea. Is that motion?
Yeah, I'll make that a motion.
Okay. Y'all have heard the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Alex, you want to comment?
No, I mean,
okay.
if you direct me to write a letter, I'll write a letter.
Yeah, very good. I know you will.
I know it'll be a long one too. So
just make sure they read it all before they put it down.
That's right. We're gonna
I'm
work.
just messing.
We're gonna work well together, Alex.
Yeah, you've got a good sense of humor. Anyway, motion's been made. All in favor of the motion, say aye. The motion carries. Thank you.
the only other thing I had was just thank Tina for all her hard work. I believe it's been Angie and Jenny's birthdays. I know there may be a little bit of distance in between them, but want to wish both of them a happy birthday. And also to welcome Alex and thank you for all the hard work you've been doing and hope Wayne enjoys his retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Lundy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank Alex for all the hard work he has done the past 2 years. I know you're gonna do a great job. I can see it in you. Okay, this month is Red Cross Month. And you know, that's a passion for me. So the 27th is Giving Day. So you all drop some money and send some money to the Red Cross in Richmond because they help in many disasters, not only here in Mecklenburg County or Virginia, but all over the world. Also, again, Tina does a great job. And I would like to commend her on that because she brings a lot of money to this county and a lot of excitement also. People have been here and visited. Richmond Valley will be coming to our high school. Please go out. You say you don't have any place to go. And Mr. Barber would always keep you posted on all these activities. So I'm gonna take up his position now. So I would like to see some of you at this ballet that's coming up in April. Thank you.
Mr. Spence?
Well, I'd just like to recognize all the presenters that presented tonight, as well as the citizens that spoke. I think it's very important that we have that kind of dialogue and that type of conversation and people making presentations or just bringing concerns to us. If we're not willing to have a conversation about our concerns, we won't resolve anything. So thank those folks, especially the presenters tonight. Very good job on all the presentation. Good job. And I just want to mention, give Alex some
some pointers here. Y'all may not know it, but Alex is looking at the same bullet points that I'm looking at or that we have. And he covered all of that information. And he wasn't reading that information.
No.
So you got a lot going on today. Good job.
Very good. Very good. Well, Mr. Brinkley, you know, when you voted for Mr. Hargrove as vice chairman over here, he's always got the last word on you.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I agree with everything everybody said, but I hadn't heard what Mr. Hargrove said, so I'll yield to that for right now. But Mr. Spencer, I've noticed that with Alex when I sit over there too. I can tell you, he would be up there reading something for 10 minutes, and I said, "Where in the world was he reading that at?" And I mean, he's up here, and I might not remember how to get home. You know, the comprehensive plan was put up at, you know, and some of those numbers, you know, the survey, it was 2/3 of them was in the rural part of the thing. And it was kind of disappointing to see the towns with like more than 6 people participated across 3 or 4, something like that. You know, it's sad that people don't get involved. And a lot of times those are the people who will probably call you first when things ain't going quite like they want them, you know, and stuff like that. And like I say, this thing is so important because, like we talked about, you know, people won't change. I mean, they want growth and the things that we talk about, but they don't want nothing to change around them and all that. So we got to come to some kind of medium on all that and all. But again, Alex, you did a great job handling this meeting tonight and what you've done. We're real fortunate to have you here. And Tina's, those numbers are staggering, you know, the amount of money and amount of people coming into this thing. But Mr. Bush, he's from not too far from me, the neighbor, and he called me up about that, and he showed me those pictures and stuff. And I don't know how you police that. Again, I don't, whether we need to look, we've talked about this before, and you know, that's probably as far as go, but whether we need to take a look and do something to a signage or some up there. But at the end of the day, if people not taking pride in our county that throws that stuff out, it won't a half a mile from my house. Sunday before I went to church, I rode down the road and there was 5 garbage bags laying in the middle of the road. Now you don't drive down the road, 5 blow off the truck in the exact same place. It don't happen. You know, just thing. And the sad part, if you probably went through it and found a couple names, you probably couldn't prove it in court that they throwed it out. So I mean, but it's sad that thing. And you know, we talk about tourism and stuff, and people see coming down 15, they see that stuff that he showed pictures of. That's some of the first thing you see, and that's kind of comes back to a reflection on all of us that we try to do right now. So other than that, I did see where we're getting 2.4 miles of paved road. Mr. Hargrave, don't get excited. That's all I got.
Mr. Hargrave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to say to Mr. Brinkley, he said he didn't have much to say. He talked almost as much as Mr. Alex. We're going to miss Wayne, but I'm here to tell everybody, because I know he want me to tell everybody, we got a new sheriff in town, Mr. Alex Goschalk. We're good. It's glad to have you, and we know you're going to do great things. Also, Mr. Bobby, thank you for inviting us to show your deputies the appreciation of what they have done and what they'll continue to do in their efforts and so forth. Thank you so much. And also, not only that, Tina, you have done a splendid job. And as I had told you before we came into the meeting, just as soon as I get my driver's license, I'm going to marry you. But so much has been said, and for the comprehensive plan, I think that was a good idea. It allowed us as a county, as a board, to focus on where we need to invest our money for to get the better bang out of our buck. And I think that was a good thing to happen. And also, Tina, to go back with you, you are an example, believe it or not, to other counties. And so I'm glad that we're being in leadership so the other counties can take a view of what we're doing. And other than that, the only thing I have to say to you, Mr. Brinkley.
It's almost 9 o'clock.
All right, I ain't got nothing to say to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank y'all. When you get to go last, you get to say, well, I agree with everything everybody said, because y'all do a great job articulating what needs to be cherished in this county and bragged on in this county and everything. So I greatly appreciate that. I do want to say to the sheriff, thank you for that event you had down there. And we're very fortunate to have these young men conducting law enforcement in this county, because I don't think it's like that in other places. But we're very fortunate, and we greatly appreciate it from this board and from me personally. So, yeah. So, Tina, hey, I got to say it, everybody else has, but you do a great job, and then, it's showing up in the numbers too. So, anyway, I have sent Jenny the list of the Ag Development Committee members, which is a former person in each person's district. And we'll be having a meeting late spring, sometime another event, and I'll coordinate that with Judy on that. So Jenny, you'll send that out sometime this week, maybe. Okay. The last thing I want to do is, we had a outstanding citizen in Chase City pass away last week, Winthrop Hatcher. And I definitely do not want to go without recognizing him and the contributions he made. He worked for the town of Chase City. He was on the fire department from back in the 70s, from what I understand. He was fire chief for a long time. And I knew him. I didn't know him really well, but whenever I saw him, he was always friendly and wanted to speak to me and talk to me and that kind of thing. So just an outstanding individual, and he'll be sorely missed in that community. So that being said, my computer says it's 9:01, and I said I wanted to finish by 9 o'clock. So
Close enough.